Hey, Elizabeth.
Hello, Preston. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on April 18, 2023, at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with Open Meetings Act. Mayor, it is 5:02. You may call the meeting to order. Next item on the agenda is invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's all stand and please remain standing afterwards for the pledge. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you once again for the many blessings we have here in the city of Brownsville. And Lord God, in this rapidly changing world, I ask you to help each of us realize we can come to you for wisdom and direction, knowing that we may not know what's happening tomorrow, but you do. Help us to follow your guidance and plan in accordance. Lord, again, with the rapidly changing world, we ask you to give us leaders that will look to you for direction and that will plan and prepare and guide the city of Brownsville the way you desire. We ask you for this meeting to lead and guide our mayor, our city commissioners, and everybody that presents anything for the very best for the city of Brownsville. And we thank you for all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Now we have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Now the pledge. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
The next item on the agenda is the proclamations. First proclamation is Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month.
Do we have anybody here to receive this proclamation?
Yes, sir.
Feel free to come on up, and Commissioner Galante is going to read the proclamation.
So this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating the month of April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month in the City of Brownsville. Whereas the first Sexual Assault Awareness Month, SAM, was observed on April 2001, 1 year after the National Sexual Assault Resource Center was created, and launched a poll with sexual violence coalitions as to what color, symbols, and month would be used to bring awareness to this cause. And whereas the primary goal in the early years of the SAM was to raise visibility of the teal ribbon as well as the meaning behind it. Towards the middle years of the movement, they began to incorporate prevention more heavily, focusing on communities, workplaces, and college campuses. And whereas, as per the RAIN, Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and younger people between the ages of 18 to 34 are at higher risk to be victims of sexual violence by 54%. 1 out of 6 women have been victims of attempted or completed rape, and 1 in 10 men have been victims of completed rape. And whereas the statistics stated above about sexual assault are far greater than what is stated, since coming forward can cause a threat to victims' well-being. And whereas Friendship of Women Incorporated provides a safe space, resources, and supportive services to the victims of sexual violence, in addition to community education about protective and risk factors associated with sexual violence. We do this by coalition building with other agencies and community leaders to create awareness campaigns, and through our education and prevention programs to create social norms change within the community. Friendship of Women Incorporated provides services to help victims and their families and promotes preventive measures to be put in place to one day stop sexual violence. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby designate the month of April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month, and hereby urge all residents to show their support during the month of April 2023 to increase public awareness and enhance prevention efforts toward this important national problem, done on this, the 18th day of April 2023. And I'd just like to call attention that the Friendship of Women will have a special event it's Wednesday, right? Oh, this one's, oh, it is? Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. And so it's open to the public, anyone who would like to attend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, one more photo with the entire commission. Thank you. If you'd like to say a few words, please feel free. Podium's yours.
Hi, okay. I wanted to make sure it was working. Hi, good evening. So my name is Denise. I'm the primary prevention educator at Friendship of Women.
And my name is Marisol Cavazos. I'm the sexual assault advocate for Friendship of Women.
So we just want to give a thank you to the City of Brownsville for recognizing this month, Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. We do just kind of want to give a brief update of just 2 events that we're having for the community. It is open to everybody. Tomorrow, we are having the Take Back Your Power, Recupera tu Poder. So it is an event to bring awareness to sexual assault, and it is happening at the Texas Southmost College Recreational Center. It's from 12 to 2. We hope to bring resources, education, free HIV testing, and just kind of give that support. Our advocates will be on hand as well, and just kind of giving them the power, right? Our survivors, the power back that they were taken away, and just kind of giving them that choice back, that power that they didn't have at the moment. And then next week as well, we will be hosting I think that's the one we were talking about, the National Crimes Rights Week. And it is next Wednesday at Proyecto Juan Diego, and all of our information will be in our website and on our Instagram. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Next proclamation, we have recognizing Ms. Aida Coronado.
Ida, come on up. You can come up here if you like. Or you don't have to say a speech. It's okay. Commissioner Tetro is going to read the proclamation.
I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. I'm a little bit out of breath because the elevator was not working and I ran up the stairs to get here. All right, this is the proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Ida Coronado. Whereas we are here to express special recognition to Ida Coronado Garcia, born and raised in Brownsville, Texas, to a family of migrant workers who traveled to Florida and California. Ida was inspired by her family to pursue her goals through consistency, determination, and hard work. And whereas Ida Coronado Garcia graduated from Rivera High School in 1997. She discovered her love for helping others, pursued her lifetime goal, and became a nurse. Ida Coronado Garcia completed her Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of Texas at Brownsville and her Master of Science in Nursing at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Ida holds the National Board of Certification with the American Nurses Credentialing Center as a family nurse practitioner. She began her nursing career 17 years ago in a hospital focusing on critical care and pediatric oncology. She then went on to join the United States Public Health Service as a commissioned officer. She is a member of the American College of Healthcare Executives, American Association of Nurse Practitioners, and the Texas Nurse Practitioners. And whereas Ida Coronado Garcia is the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President for DHR Improvement Committee, DHR Health Hospital in Brownsville, Texas. Ida Coronado Garcia is the first Hispanic woman from Brownsville, Texas to lead the opening of the largest physician-owned hospital in Cameron County, and now one of the largest in the entire nation. Her vision to create a world-class health system to advance medicine and increased access for the community she serves by empowering caregivers to heal through compassion, knowledge, innovation, and integrated care and excellence. And whereas Ida Coronado Garcia is the chairwoman for DHR Health Advanced Practice Providers Practice Improvement Committee and Allied Health Committee. Ida also serves on the Medical Executive Committee, representing all advanced practice providers credentialed at DHR Health. And whereas Ida Coronado Garcia continues to improve the well-being of those she serves with a commitment to excellence, every patient, every encounter, every time. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, by the virtue of the authority vested in the Charter of Sid City, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize Ida Coronado for her accomplishments and contributions to our community. Done this 18th day of April, 2023. Thank you.
Now you can do a speech if you like.
First of all, thank you to the community, to the Brownsville community. Thank you to all of you. I think each and one of you have helped me in everything that I've done. So thank you, but thank you mostly to the Brownsville community.
Thank you.
Next proclamation is recognizing Roberto Robbie Leonel Ortiz.
His family can come with him.
Yeah, definitely. Family would like to come up. well.
Family, yes. Grandparents can come too if they'd like. So it is my privilege and my place to present this proclamation because I was the first person in the world to see Robbie when he was born. I caught him, and as I caught him, I did not drop him, number one, but I knew immediately that he was going to grow up to be a handsome young man and a spelling bee champion. So that's what I mean by being my privilege and my place. So this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Roberto Robbie Leonel Ortiz. Whereas Roberto Robbie Leonel Ortiz, born and raised in Brownsville, is the son of Robert Anthony Ortiz and Leandra Costilla Ortiz, and is an 8th grade exemplary honor student at Incarnate Word Academy. And whereas Robbie is recognized for his academic achievements and extracurricular activities while a student at Incarnate Word Academy every year since being enrolled, some of which include an A honor roll student, the highest average each year awarded, National Elementary Honor Society President, National Junior Honor Society Vice President, Accelerated Reader Top Reader in the school with more than 1,400,000 words read in 2019, Spelling Bee Champion in 2020 and 2023, Diocesan Spelling Bee Champion in 2020, Chess Club, Soccer, Flag Football, and he has time to play the sports he loves, baseball. And whereas the 35th Annual Rio Grande Valley Regional Spelling Bee Competition held on March 4th, 2023, consisted of 41 other Spelling Bee school champions from across the valley, and after 9 rounds, Robbie emerged victorious as the champion. Whereas Robbie now advances to the 2023 Scripps National Spelling Bee in Washington, D.C., representing the city of Brownsville, Cameron County, and the entire Rio Grande Valley and Incarnate Word Academy. And whereas Robbie would like to thank and give special recognition to his parents, grandparents Frank and Rebecca Costilla, his sisters Roxana and Risa, his teachers, his godparents, his friends, and all that support him in all that he does. Robbie is a role model student and exemplifies kindness and good towards anyone he meets, and Roberto Robbie Leonel Ortiz looks forward to representing the Rio Grande Valley and Incarnate Word Academy with pride in Washington, D.C. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize Roberto Robbie Leonel Ortiz for his accomplishments, done on this 18th day of April, 2023, signed by the mayor and the city commission.
You. Hey, Fred. Congratulations. Robbie, if you'd like to say a few words, feel free.
Okay, so I'm honored to represent Brownsville in DC. But, I couldn't have done it if I didn't have my mom, my dad, and all my grandparents. They're always helping me study my words, and my school, because they taught me how to spell. So that's the reason I'm here. And I just like to thank all my friends and family and everyone who's always been there since the beginning and will continue to be there from now on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, we have public comment period. Mayor, we do have 6 public comments.
Okay.
Okay. This is just a friendly reminder. We do have a 3-minute limit per speaker. The first speaker is Ms. Yolanda Spies.
Ms. Spees, welcome. Just please tell us your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yolanda Spies. I know this is probably gonna fall on deaf ears, but you know what? Here goes nothing. Rude, unprofessional, inappropriate. Yeah, and I'm looking at you. That is the behavior of the Brownsville Police Department, certain members of this commission, the mayor, the attorney, the city attorney, and even the city manager. Some of you know everything and refuse to do anything about it, or even ask me how to remedy this. I've had to face a horrible ordeal over this past year, to the day, actually to the minute, because it was at this time that my dog was stolen from me by the Brownsville PD. They aided and abetted that. Because you're working so hard to cover up the incompetence and the negligence. I should not have to experience what I've experienced, and for that, I want everyone here to know that this behavior is not acceptable. You'll be facing the consequences for your horrific actions sooner than you think. I'm not leaving it in God's hands. You don't treat people this way. You don't treat people the way you all have treated me. And several of you know what this is about. If someone falsely files a police report, that's a felony. You don't protect it. You don't protect the person who files the false police report. Somebody falsely accusing someone of stealing something that was rightfully theirs according to municipal code, that's just unforgivable and it's illegal. You, as representatives of the community, are supposed to take all of it seriously. You don't attack, you don't accuse the innocent, you don't take away what is rightfully theirs. You should not be defending the real thief and liar, run interference, and try to circle the wagons and cover the Brownsville police officer who violated this victim's rights. You do the right thing, and right now, the city of Brownsville is not doing that. Right now, your behavior is that of thieves, bullies, and thugs, and I'm here to expose that corruption. You should be ashamed of yourself for enabling that behavior, especially from the police department that's supposed to protect and serve law-abiding citizens. How do you sleep at night knowing your officers are not following the law? Our officers and their leadership are corrupt, and many of you in city government are complicit and enable that behavior by doing nothing. Or your city attorneys writing letters to Ken Paxton to prevent citizens from access to records they have every right to have. We know what you are doing and we don't like it. You're inappropriate. You are the inappropriate one. And you, hopefully the people of Brownsville will see what you are doing and see you for what you are and vote you out no matter how much money you spend on your campaign. You call me inappropriate for talking about it, but you're inappropriate because you refuse to fix the problem. TIB, this is Brownsville and it shouldn't be.
Next, we have Nancy Guevara.
Ms. Guevara, welcome. Just please tell us your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Nancy Guevara. Los servidores públicos están para servir y trabajar para la comunidad, no para llenar sus bolsillos y proteger intereses privados. Les voy a contar lo que le pasó a Becca Hinojosa. Becca es una activista ambiental local y trabaja por una organización nacional. Esta historia fue publicada en el Texas Observer, una publicación nacional. Becca estaba en pijama cuando la policía de Brownsville tocó su puerta agresivamente. Becca cuenta que abrió la puerta un poco y simplemente entraron y empujaron, la agarraron y la arrestaron. No la dejaron cambiarse de ropa, la amenazaron con acusarla de resistirse al arresto. Estaba descalza cuando se la llevaron, la metieron en una celda y le quitaron sus lentes. Fue acosada por un detective quien le dijo que la policía sabe que está involucrada en organizaciones. Becca no tiene antecedentes penales. Pasó 24 horas en la celda, en pijama, con dolores de cabeza porque no podía ver, no durmió. Becca fue acusada por supuestamente grafitear, detengan a SpaceX y su gentrificación. Este delito es una clase B menor sin necesidad de arresto. Los oficiales Entraron sin un warrant a su casa, violando sus derechos. Muchos en la comunidad se preguntan, ¿por qué los policías y la ciudad ejercieron fuerza y violencia extrema para detener a una persona, a una mujer que supuestamente pintó una pared? La pared pintada fue una imagen comercial en el centro color rosa Pepto-Bismol y que dice BTX. Fue patrocinada por la fundación de Elon Musk, el loco que quiere empezar una colonia en Marte y el loco que está contaminando nuestras playas y aire, que nos impide y prohíbe el libre tránsito a la playa de Boca Chica. Cuando salió Becca de la cárcel, el alcalde Trey Méndez puso su mugshot y su información en su cuenta oficial de Facebook. Usó su imagen y su información privada para públicamente humillar y acosar a Becca. Fue abuso de poder, una acción de odio hacia una mujer, misoginia, una acción muy humillante para ella y para la gente de Brownsville, sobre todo como mujer, puso en peligro a Becca Hinojosa, su seguridad, su trabajo y su salud. Es claro que Trey Méndez tiene un interés en esta pintura comercial. Él se toma fotos y le encanta apoyar y asociarse con Elon Musk y el astrocapitalismo. Esta corrupción y abuso de poder no representan a la gente de Brownsville. Los policías que fueron parte de esta agresión violenta tampoco. Este abuso de poder pone en peligro a todas las residentes, sobre todo a mujeres, como vemos. Demandamos que los cargos sean dropped. No pueden oprimir nuestras voces, nosotros más que ustedes.
Next, we have Christopher Basaldu.
Rosalou, welcome. Please give us your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
apale. Lekayen laien el shat, yen ishtokna, yen somisek. I am Dr. Christopher Basaldu. I was raised here in Brownsville. I live here in Brownsville. I'm a member of the Carrizo Comecrudo tribe, and my ancestors on my native side go all the way back for many, many thousands of years before the city of Brownsville and before the Spaniards came in here and invaded this place. My view on history is much longer because I listen to the stories of my elders as well. This is sacred land to our tribe here, and the city council needs to think long and hard about who they try to invite to come and destroy our land and sacred sites. LNG, these gas export terminals are going to destroy our sacred sites and sacred lands. Further industrial development in the port will destroy sacred sites and even sites that are registered with the National Register of Historic Places of the United States. And SpaceX is destroying sacred sites, sacred land, and destroying the environment. Now, this council has not talked about those really deep issues. So there are people here that organize in the community so that we can learn about these issues, talk about these issues, and hopefully make these issues turn out for the better. One of those people is Becca Hinojosa, who you attacked for your ego. A year ago, police officers broke into her home. How scared would you be if 4 police officers broke into your home without a warrant, you didn't have shoes on, you didn't have your glasses that you need, and then interrogated you and pulled you to jail without a lawyer present? This is an abuse of power. The allegation is simply graffiti. Why are you condoning hurting or punishing anybody for something so trivial while we're facing environmental destruction? And if you look at the latest global climate reports, Brownsville may be underwater in about 20 years. LNG terminal, SpaceX, these are going to contribute to further global warming and sea rise. But you guys want to silence your own constituents, and you want to silence people for talking about stuff that you may not want to hear. That is an abuse of power, and it is reprehensible. And then to put the icing on the cake, this one here, sitting in the center, has to put it and publicize it and make fun of Becca on his Facebook page, brag about it, put her full name and her employer to try to convince her employer to fire her or get rid of her or embarrass her. If you put people's information online like that, you get people who may be delusional to harm somebody. And the harm was already done by police. This is an abuse of power, and what you are doing collectively is you are sanctioning the use of police to silence community members and to bring on something so chilling as silencing people who do not deserve to be silenced. You guys need to take a good look at yourself, and you guys need to not go down this road where you silence the public. It
time's
needs
up.
to
Time's
stop.
up, sir. Next, we have Rebecca Hinojosa.
Ms. Hinojosa, welcome. Please give us your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Becca Hinojosa, and I am one of Brownsville's many outspoken community members. Once again, your constituents are here urging you, the city of Brownsville, to write a letter to the district attorney Sines to drop the Class B misdemeanor charge against me. To make it easier, we have a draft letter for the city commissioners to review, not tremendous, to review, sign your names, and email it to the district attorney's office to drop the charge. So I'm going to give that to the secretary. Your community needs you to drop the Class B misdemeanor charge against me. Your community needs you to speak up about the serious issues. SpaceX taking away beach access for local families and the Carrizo-Comecrudo tribe of Texas. SpaceX blowing up rocket parts into the community. SpaceX burning down acres of wildlife habitat. And the growth of the SpaceX industry displacing people from their homes and their many other numerous negative impacts. The impacts are about to increase in size and scale because of the Starship Super Heavy rocket launch that's planned this week. And rather than have a meaningful dialogue with concerned community members, the mayor has ignored our concerns about SpaceX. And last year, Mayor Mendez also abused his official authority and subjected me to a violent arrest, targeted me on his social media account because I am outspoken about the destructive impacts that SpaceX has on our environment and community. This is clear retaliation, violating my First Amendment protected right to challenge the environmental impact of SpaceX. Mayor Mendez is violating federal law, and the city of Brownsville should not allow reckless endangerment of its residents by its highest elected official. In February of this year, we hand-delivered a petition to the city commissioners with over 1,700 individual signatures to demand that the city of Brownsville, in conjunction with the district attorney's office, immediately drop the Class B misdemeanor charge of graffiti against me because I was subjected to a politically motivated arrest. We also demanded an immediate investigation into Mayor Mendez's actions that should have real consequences. Y'all, the city, have not responded to the petition we delivered in February or the additional 200 letters we just delivered this month. The mayor of Brownsville has shown us that he supports a violent police force attacking community members to show favoritism for an out-of-town billionaire SpaceX corporation. The Class B misdemeanor charge against me must be dropped. We're here to remind you that we won't allow a politician that's publicly supporting SpaceX to intimidate and retaliate against community members. By targeting me as an example, the city, y'all, is signaling to us, the mayor is signaling to us that they will use violence to silence anyone else that speaks up. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Gloria Thomas.
Thomas, welcome. Please tell us your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Gloria Thomas, and I'm speaking as a Brownsville resident. We are here in support of Becca Hinojosa, who was targeted for alleged anti-SpaceX graffiti from Brownsville police and the Brownsville mayor. And you have heard all of the details of this case. We have been here time and time again. Becca has spoken of all of the details of what she experienced. She has shown that the public cares about what has been going on. And time again, we have been ignored or dismissed. What is the message you have for us. Why do you not want your peers, Brownsville residents, to feel listened? Why do you continue to ignore the concerns that we have for this city? We're here because we care about the environment, we care about the place where we live. We're not here just because we're angry. We are angry because, of being ignored and being violated. You as mayor should take these criticisms not as personal attacks, but as comments, as criticism to make Brownsville better. You have the opportunity to pick up the phone, drop Becca's charges, and hold yourself and the police department and the city commissioners accountable. You have the power to listen to us and make this process much easier. We will be here again, again, and again because we care about the environment, we care about our community, and we want to feel safe. We don't want our rights violated. We should be allowed to speak up. We should be allowed to have a say in what happens where we live. We have authority to decide on how our land is used because we live here. You guys do not get to sell out the beach to SpaceX. We have a say because we live here. We own this. These are public lands. It's not Elon Musk's, private business or whatever. Sorry.
Next speaker, we have Ali Smith.
Please tell us your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Ali Schmidt. I am also here in support of Becca Hinojosa. And I would like to speak about the topic of corruption. You here on the board have been accused of corruption by several of the speakers here today. And I hope that most of you, or perhaps all of you, are sitting there thinking, I'm not corrupt. That's not about me. That's maybe someone else, or that's a misunderstanding. That's not the problem here in Brownsville. But we're here to tell you that corruption is not just accepting a bag of cash to do something. Corruption is not just a quid pro quo. The appearance of corruption is enough to taint the reputation of this board, the reputation of the city of Brownsville. So when the community sees things happening, like billionaires from outside giving money to have a rebranding, murals put up to change the reputation of Brownsville in favor or in support of the Elon Musk Foundation, in support of SpaceX, it looks bad for the city. It gives the appearance of corruption. When we look at what's going on with the LNG terminal, by all reports, they're not able to get funding because it's not a profitable business. 2 banks have dropped out of that project, and yet it still goes on. They've done clear cutting in the area, even though they've been prohibited so far from actually starting to build, but the port seems to be in support of them. There's civic leaders in support of the project, and the community has to ask why. It gives the appearance of corruption when pollution is being accepted in this community. Now, speaking of Becca Hinojosa's case, it gives the appearance of corruption when a low-level misdemeanor is treated like such a serious problem, with 4 police officers breaking into her home, with the mayor posting on his Facebook with her photo. We'd like to know how you got her photo, Mr. Mayor, and how you decided to post her picture and information about her arrest and not anyone else arrested by Brownsville police for issues so much more serious. It gives the appearance of corruption. When she was arrested and taken in without allowed to put on her shoes, without allowed to get her glasses, it gives the appearance of corruption that the police are treating her in that way, and other criminals go free.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the work session, downtown events and street closure work session.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Can you guys hear me? Nice to see you all today. Hope you're doing well. I am here before y'all today to update the commission on discussions that I've had with staff and other business owners in the downtown area regarding special events, those special events that require closures, whether it be a public space or events that require closures for streets or alleys. I would also like to present the options that we discussed at those meetings and get additional information and feedback from the commission as well. The idea is to get that information, polish it, and bring it before y'all in May, no later than June. So as you can see on your screen, those are some of the events we've had recently within the past year. We're about a little bit under 30, and it's actually starting to see more and more events in the downtown area. As a matter of fact, in the first week of May, we have events back to back to back. We have Gringo de Mayo on the 3rd of May. Then we have an event for Star Wars May the 4th be with you. And then we have First Friday, all within the same week. So downtown will be busy that week, and you might start seeing it even more busy in the summertime. So as downtown grows, the need for a standardized system becomes more apparent. So as we get into the discussion, I like to, like I mentioned, discuss some of the information that we discussed on the 22nd and the 29th of March, and then move on based on those discussions of what was being proposed for a possible ordinance and policy procedures. At the end of the day, we like to bring those together with the commission. And again, like I mentioned, get some feedback from the commission as well. So we discussed those Wednesdays on March 22nd, March 29th, like I mentioned. We looked at best practices from some of the cities on your screen, like Edinburgh, Denton, San Marcos, San Antonio, and Fort Worth. We noticed some of the requirements in their application. We saw some of their ordinances. We saw some of the processes that we currently don't see here. So what we saw included requirements to submit not only a site plan, but also a cleaning plan. They also requested security layout, restroom plan, a list of vendors, and insurances as well for the event, right? So those are some of the things that we currently work with the business owners individually, but there isn't a standardized process for that yet. So we also discussed the review time, what type of processes we currently have, and how there can be a collaboration between the event holder and the surrounding businesses as well. So I think through these specific layouts, these specific plans, these applications that we saw, we noticed that there was some sort of collaboration, some sort of involvement between business owners surrounding the event and the event holder as well. So we also, the following meeting, discussed the Excel process and how the application would look like. As the commission knows, the planning department now has Excel, an online permitting system, so all that's going to be submitted digital. So we looked and played around with Excel to see how that application process can be done and make that smoother for the event holder. So moving on, currently, we've had discussions with event holders in the downtown area, and as well, we also have had discussions with the surrounding business owners, and we currently see that there's a disconnect per se, where you have event holders wanting to have events in the downtown area, But then you have business owners on the other side of the spectrum who might have not known about the event or may not be in favor of the event. What we're seeing and what we're hearing is that when an event happens in downtown, whether it be a street closure or enclosing Market Square with the street closure, we happen to see an impact on some of the surrounding businesses because generally the events are done during the weekend, which is typically the most profitable time for some of the business owners in the downtown area. And the setup typically takes some time. So the street closures are requested much earlier than the actual start time of the event. So whether it's to set up vendors or to set up equipment or set up a stage, we do tend to see a long period where that street is closed, where some of the business owners surrounding that event say, well, there's no through traffic, there's no parking for my clients and so forth. So we do want to see that collaboration. Through a policy, we believe that we can find a cohesive application process. We can have involvement from both parties and allow for local downtown business owners' input, whether it be the event holder or the surrounding businesses. The current process currently involves having the event holder discuss with staff what their event is going to entail, creating a layout. We create a Google Earth, or we use our permitting software to create something that fits their need, ultimately review that with corresponding departments and get their green light from them as well. Ultimately, the only approval process is through the permits, through the traffic department, and health, and so forth. If there's any comments that are discussed between the event holder and the corresponding departments, but generally the traffic department street closure approval with the receipt, that typically is the approval for the event to occur. Now, these are some of the proposals that we discussed with the business owners and staff that I'd like to share with Commission today, and I will appreciate your feedback on these. So some of the events that we have downtown, not all of them necessarily involve street closures. For example, this fits perfectly with a wedding. We start to see more wedding requests at the Market Square, right? So not necessarily will the wedding or the event holder for the wedding ask that we close the surrounding streets, but they will ask for maybe have a section of Market Square enclosed for privacy purposes and their guests. So at this point, something like that, that would involve the wedding party to submit the application 30 days in advance before the event on Excel, where we could take the documentation, route it out through Excel, through the corresponding departments, get their feedback. And once every department has agreed to it, we can approve the permit, and that could be done administratively. So for those that were requesting street closures, before I just go into detail about those special events, we did look at other options in different areas. We did discuss the possibility of Commission reviewing a yearly calendar event and improving that all at once. We did discuss the possibility based on what other cities have done, where the event holder themselves reaches out to the surrounding business owners. We saw applications that required you to get signatures from surrounding business owners to agree to that. So I think what we also saw was what we're going to be talking about today on this one, where the downtown special event process requesting street closures or right-of-way closures. We asked for a little bit more time with 120 days where that documentation can be routed to the departments as well, get their feedback. Again, this is through Excel, and create a public hearing process similar to what we do, as the Commission knows, during the rezoning process. And what I mean by that is where we can then submit the information, package it together for a public hearing item. At that point, staff will generate and send out notices at 200 feet within the proposed closure and provide a public hearing item for the Commission to consider the street closure. So ultimately, those two options were presented and discussed at those two meetings, as I mentioned earlier. And at this point, based on the discussion that I'm having in the Commission, I would like and I appreciate some feedback regarding these events and maybe possibly some other policy recommendations, maybe that were not in the ordinance draft, possibly other additions to it or guidelines through the application process, like number of events per street or number of events per event holder, street closures on TxDOT maintained roads, those can be a little bit tricky, and that's going to require an additional level of work. But just at this point, I like to get some feedback from commissioners, because at the end of the day, these are still proposals. I wanted to generate something like an ordinance so the commission can see based on our discussions. And at this point, we would like to, like I mentioned earlier, put it together and polish it and bring it back to y'all for consideration.
Alan, the second one mentioned street closures, but it didn't mention alley. Is that just really supposed to be part of that, or is that? just
Yes,
something
that's correct,
separate?
Mayor. It's supposed to be for streets and alleys.
Well, actually, we
Prior-
agreed that in our discussion with internal staff, we were concerned with alley closures. We don't think that that should move forward. So we really only consider road closures. Alleys are very unique. They also provide, for egress and ingress with regard to fire safety. And so, and some of the conditions on those streets, you know, we still have to work on our alleys. I mean, we all know that. So at this point, we're not ready to consider alleys. I also, we're looking at possible pedestrian use of some alleys in a way in the future. I mean, that's something we've been talking to, even working in collaboration with TSC and specific alley corridors. That's not to say it can not become something, but I think at this point, we feel more comfortable with possible road closures for events and not necessarily alleys.
Okay, yeah, thanks for making that clarification, because this last, couple weeks ago, there was an event that had an alley closure that was totally blocked off. And I'm not sure how that got approved, being that it seemed to be a very clear fire hazard. And then, so I do have some concerns about something like that going forward in the future. But also, I think a couple things that we need to look at, Alan, is also noise. And I know that you monitor certain noises and vibrations, but I think that needs to be something that's taken into account in some way. I don't know how you can monitor that, but I think that needs to be something that's taken into consideration. If there's going to be outdoor concerts, outdoor music, I think you need to be mindful of noise levels that are happening. And then also, one thing I've also noticed is there's a lot of parking spaces that are blocked for different types of use. And some of them, it's because of construction, some of it's other reasons, but I know that there's a lot of parking spaces that are kind of being disrupted or blocked for one reason or another. So I think there needs to be maybe some sort of limit on that.
Mary, quick question. The parking spaces, you mean specifically for the event, or do you mean like?
No, I'm talking about like with construction. There's some that are city vehicles, other things like that. So I just think you need to kind of be mindful of that and maybe just coordinate with construction, just to know exactly how long spaces are going to be blocked. Like, for example, I know around 11th and Levy, almost that whole entire 2-block section, it's either city vehicles or the spaces are not available. Either construction or there's construction on one side, construction on the other side, city vehicles. So I just think it's becoming harder to find parking for some people. And I know that we've heard some complaints about that. So maybe just some sort of limit or maybe opening up some of those spaces in the evenings, something like that.
So we actually have worked in that area specifically, Mayor, where we added parking signs directing them to St. Charles, because we do have 2 city parking lots back there.
Then obviously, I mean, just maybe making city spaces available in the evenings as well, city-owned lots. I know that there's quite a few downtown, so I think that would be helpful. as well.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Have comments, questions? So Alan, thank you for your work on this. I'm going to take a different view, and that's because of my experience here, my personal experience. I think it's important to have guidelines, many of which you mentioned, but I don't think they should be set in stone. And let me tell you why. So about 15 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, we decided to try a Build a Better Block series of events, which, and I know Art's in the audience, and so is Carlos Lastra. I think you 2 guys are the only 2 that were here back then. But it's basically took the Market Square area, which had not been redeveloped, and closed off the side streets and the surrounding streets for a block party. and to envision what Market Square could be in a more vibrant setting. And there were hundreds of people that came and gave their opinions. It was a great venue to get public comment and input. And those events were really the only reason we were able to raise the momentum and the votes to accomplish redevelopment of Market Square. Without those events, we wouldn't have been able to do that. The first time we did a Build a Better block, we had a meeting on top of Market Square and invited all the vendors and the people that had spaces around Market Square. And the downtown manager, who is no longer with the city, as well as all those people, objected. They did not want the event to go forward, including the downtown manager. It was horrible. There wasn't going to be parking. How were the people going to get to these little restaurants, and so on and so forth. City manager and mayor at the time were able to convince them to give it a try. After the event and the fact that hundreds of people came down to Market Square that didn't normally go down to Market Square, the room afterwards was filled with twice as many shop owners who were demanding when was the next event going to be, because they had seen their sales go up on that day, on that afternoon, and they wanted that to happen again. And they saw it as a way that the city was helping them to bring in new clients. So if we had listened to the public comment initially and the advice of the downtown manager at the time not to hold the event, it wouldn't have happened, and we wouldn't have gotten the momentum behind us to develop what's a lovely Market Square at this time. So there must be flexibility, and we cannot go just on public comment, because there may be a different public comment after the event has occurred in a successful way. I'm not saying every event will be successful, but I think every event should have the opportunity to be successful as much as possible. And there should be guidelines, but they should not be set in stone, because I think when they're set in stone, there are more reasons not to do an event than there are to do an event.
And I want to, if I may, I want to echo what Commissioner Gowan is saying. I think we've had a lot of business owners who have worked to try and build downtown, and a lot of times at the behest of the city and with the cooperation of the city. And now that it seems like downtown is becoming more successful, there's absolutely a need to manage how we grow, but we don't want this to turn into, okay, here comes the red tape and the bureaucracy. And now we stifle that growth and those opportunities for the business owners and other event holders out there. As you guys continue to work on this, I don't want to see just what other cities require. I also want to see what other cities are doing to partner with the events in their downtown areas or any other areas of their city where they're closing streets. Because we know there's cities nationwide that do this. We know, just like in Harlingen with Jackson Street Market Days, and that's several blocks that get closed down, not just 1 or 2 blocks like we do here. So we want to make sure we understand not just what is on the organizers, but what the city's part is in contributing to the success of those events as well. And a little more detail around, because at first read on some of this, and especially when we talked about now there's more interest in booking weddings at Market Square, it almost sounds like if somebody wants to get married at Market Square, it has to go to traffic, health, engineering, public works, and fire.
Well, it just might sometimes. It depends. You'll be surprised with some of the production that we've seen.
If it's like my big fat Greek wedding, then I can understand if it's something that big of production. But yeah, just keep up the good work that you guys are doing on this. This is important because we want to be able to manage the growth responsibly. But as a city, I think I want us to be about facilitating that so that we do it in a constructive way, a positive way that's good for the businesses and for downtown, and that we don't turn this into a bunch of roadblocks for businesses in downtown.
Understood.
And I'm going to agree with the guidelines that nothing should be set in stone, but I still would like to see very strict procedures when it comes to fire and whatnot to make sure that everything is followed. God forbid something ever happen. I will say, though, that I recently came to visit Brownsville's bookstore, Booho, last week, and I was very disencouraged by how many spots are blocked off in the street. I don't know if it was just that night or what, but I had to go about 4 blocks. When you're wearing high heels, you really notice these things. I had to go about 4 blocks to find a spot, and it was already like 8:30 PM. So, as long as the city can be doing everything to make sure that we're, efficient with blocking off spots to make sure that, you know, it's nighttime, people can park there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Alan, thank you for, we talk about this maybe on a weekly basis. Continue to please let me know what's going on. But I do agree with the parking. We have to start looking into all those COVID parking, basically, that we had during COVID. We got the new things up, and I think the rule was, once we're ready to go, we're gonna start rolling back. We're gonna have some pickup areas, but it's gonna be same as pickup for delivery as well, right? I think curbside and delivery are gonna be the same, so let's start looking into it. I know it's.
We actually are fabricating, thank you for the comment. We're actually fabricating the signs. So we are creating the 15-minute temporary parking, which actually could be used for a restaurant or a retail store or what have you. But we wanted to make sure we had the sign. And then in May, we were going to bring to our city attorney's office the 30 years of changes in ordinances that we have, because actually we have like 100 pages of different changes, because we have some codes with our parking station and even our signs that are old and really need to be updated, given that you have new parking station meters, Commissioner. So we just want to make sure that we have the signs ready to go to be able to take away some of those COVID spots and just allow for people to park, but also maintain what we decided to do is our loading and unloading. Those would be, since it's really not utilized, those get converted into 15-minute temporary parking signs. And then just a few of those COVID signs, if they're at strategic corners, we would maintain one, but not like 3 parking spaces or what have you. So we have been looking at that and working very diligently with the Engineering Public Works Department. We have a big map, and we've been really going through all our parking stations, even surveying our current parking lots and parking garages. So a lot of that data collection has been going on these last couple of months.
Okay, and I don't want to get too far off of this, so I'm going to try to keep it to the events. When are we going to start enforcing parking? Because that money comes right back to events, to security. I mean, everything you asked on there, we're going to use some of this money for that. So when does that?
That's correct. So the idea is to give at least about a month or so to the residents of Brownsville, especially the visitors, to get accustomed to the new parking stations. We still are working out some things from the parking stations, but give them about 30 days or so to become more familiarized with the program, and then we'll start enforcement.
Now, you say we're going to give them a month. Do we have people on the floor? Can you do that? Can you have people walking there, showing them how to use it? Because, I mean, if we just wait a month, what's going to happen in 31 days is they're still not going to know how to use it because they never used it during the month. So let's try to push a little on educating people how to use it, understanding how easy it really is. And I mean, just continue to try to make them understand what you're doing and not wait 31 days and then people come back and say, well, I didn't know how to use it.
Well, our communications and marketing department are working on 2 videos that they had to update, one in English and one in Spanish, to do exactly what we're doing. Also, some of the stickers, we need to add QR codes to the stickers. So, and also the vendor was on site Monday and Tuesday, because we understand there have been glitches in some of the parking stations. So, you know, with innovation, there's a lot of communication. So I know CMD has been working on that, finalizing those two videos and doing that.
Those videos, I mean, that's all great, but a lot of people don't use Facebook or Instagram or whatever it may be. We need to have somebody out there just showing people how to do it. I mean, it's going to cost the city a little money, but if we don't do it right, we're just going to have people giving us calls every day. Thank you.
And in addition to the videos, I'd suggest, and I'm not sure how complicated it is, so I guess one I'd ask, if we can get a demo as members of the commission, because I'd like to see it firsthand. But 2, maybe even set it up so somebody could go through and do like a mock application. So they're not just watching a video on how to do it, but they can actually go through the steps themselves. Because I think once you do it yourself, it's easier to learn the process.
They have the demo. That's part of the video. The video is really the demo. Yes, you're right on point.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, as we grow downtown, we really need to maximize the use of our parking garage. And in talking with Joel Garza today with his team, they're coming up with a potential pilot to shuttle people from the parking garage to events in downtown. So I think that's a great idea. I think, thinking outside the box in order to really maximize that parking garage because it is underutilized.
Thank you, Commissioner. We did have a preliminary discussion about that. Hopefully we can get that going.
Great, thank you.
And I'm going to add to what Dr. Gowan said originally. So I've seen the schedule for renting the Market Square over weekends, and it's getting hard to find an empty weekend, right? So you're getting more and more events, and if you could fit into events on a day, that is likely. So these policies that you want to implement should actually look 5-10 years down the line. It wouldn't, I think, be unrealistic to already start thinking about creating a pedestrian area. Ooh, because we have it in many other cities. In Mexico itself, our blocks are really small compared to, say, like Austin and stuff. I mean, it makes sense to start thinking about what would it look like to create a whole pedestrian square and make it accessible to handicap, to the elderly. It's not going to happen overnight, but we need to start thinking in that way because that's the direction that we're going. If we want to be a city that caters to the young people, they can walk. It's an unhealthy city, right? That's what we're always hearing. So it should be feasible to walk 4 blocks. And so it might not happen right now, but we need to start thinking that way.
And you wouldn't have, and I totally agree with her and Commissioner Galansky, and there is a version of downtown that includes a pedestrian corridor in the TSC architecture student plans from, I'm going to say 12 years ago. You should look at it. It is a lovely plan that includes one street being pedestrian only.
Thank you.
So Alan, you get all sorts of complaints and all sorts of stuff. I know you hear everything that from Commissioner Cardenas and I probably mostly, but I do want to also just take a minute and say thanks because you're super responsive. I know you care. You're out there. You visit with the stakeholders. So I just want to say thanks for all the work you're doing. It's a learning curve. We're going to find different things that happen. We're going to find best practices from other places. We're going to see some things that maybe we learn from. But overall, I mean, just you're doing a good job, extremely responsive, and really appreciate all the work.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Any additional comments for staff?
Just thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks.
Oh, Alan, one more. Reach out to Parks and Recs. I know Damaris is here. They've got a special event packet, and it's very comprehensive, covers a lot of things, so maybe we can mirror some of that. That way we're not reinventing the wheel.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
Do we have any motions?
Move to approve.
I have a question on it. I don't know if I should just pull it first.
Well, then, if you have a question
It's
about
just
it,
a question. Do you know how many ballistic shields are on number 7? 18. Thank you.
all right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, we have public hearings. Public hearing number 1, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-903-PD to establish a planned development district to create development-specific setbacks for sections 1, 2, 5, 9, and 10 of Rio Bravo subdivision located at 4541 U.S. Military Highway.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. So this is a request for a PD to establish development-specific setbacks. Just to be, or provide a little bit of background, we have had other PDs that were presented already to the commission for this particular area. So this is for the country club that's located on U.S. Military Highway. This would be for Riverbend Country Club. And so the uses overall within the development are single family, there's duplexes, there's townhomes. And there's parking for recreational vehicles because this does target a retiree community. And so the proposed setbacks for each of the sections are as follows. For the sections 1, 2, and 5 would be along the front would be 25 feet, 3 feet on the sides, 7.5 on the rear. And this would be to accommodate mainly the single-family homes that are being proposed in those lots that are still vacant within these sections. Then for section 9, they are proposing a 10-foot front setback, 3 feet on the sides, 7.5 on the rear, and 0 feet when the property backs up to the levee easement along the golf course. And so this would be to accommodate developments such as the townhomes and duplexes. And finally, for section 10, the proposed setback along the front would be 20 feet, 3 feet on the sides, and 0 feet on the rear. Now, whenever there is 0 feet to the rear, we will always encourage let the developer know that it will be subject to fire separation standards. And so this was a very large, a PD that covered a very large area. So this is 312 man lots were sent out. There was 0 written opposition. And this is a zoning map. As you can see, what predominates is single family residential. This is the bird's eye view. And P&Z did recommend the approval for this planned development district.
And Martin, just for clarification, is this something that's being requested by the developers at Riverbend, or is this city initiated?
It was city initiated because when the UDC was adopted, it was just given the R1 zoning designation, which before the UDC, it was dwelling. But the R1 designation only allows setbacks of 25 feet and 5 feet on the sides and the rear. So to be able to accommodate the various types of structures that are incorporated into this development, that's why they're requesting these various types.
And you've spoken to the folks at Riverbend about this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
they're fine
we
with
did
it?
receive calls and we clarified. Also, the owners of the country club had meetings with them too.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that they came for a couple zoning issues here in the last few months as well.
Right.
All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? All right, do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
Close.
We have a motion to close. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have any motions on the item?
Motion to pass or approve?
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have some discussion on this. I've just got a couple of questions, and I'm glad you mentioned the fire separation standards. When we're proposing something like this, does fire weigh in
During the site review.
during the site review? Which would be after this is done? After the approval comes from us, that's when fire weighs in, or before?
It would be after.
And I think that's a concern of mine, because when we're talking about separation standards, and I know having been on the Board of Adjustment, that's something we look at all the time with regard to setbacks. So is these 3 feet, are fences allowed?
Interior fences are allowed between property lines. Yes.
Okay. Because yeah, when I think about an air conditioning unit being in that 3 feet setback, if the fire department needs access, that could pose a problem. I just want to make sure we're talking to first responders, because I know I've heard ideas around the city before on how we could do certain things. And then when I talk to other departments, including first responders, they're like, that sounds like a horrible idea. Because when you're thinking about having to navigate a fire truck in this area or having to navigate in an emergency situation, it creates challenges for us. What are the setbacks in the other areas of Riverbend that are already existing?
25 feet and 5 feet on the sides.
So why are we going to 3 on this one if everything else is already 5?
To accommodate mainly the RV spaces or the townhomes. Which, by the way, townhomes are allowed to have a 0 foot, by default, a 0 foot setback. And that's incorporated not only into the UDC, but also into the the building code.
So if they share a common wall, they can be a 0 setback, so it's like a townhome. But 3 feet is the typical standard for a setback, the minimum, and with some, a little bit of encroachment from some sort of HVAC unit. The planning department wouldn't recommend something that they don't see as a minimum standard. If someone said, 1 foot setback, well, we wouldn't, or 2 feet, we wouldn't allow an encroachment. So, but those are the types of things that.
Yeah, but how a planner thinks and how a firefighter thinks are two different things. And I have no objection to this, but I think for the future, I think I would recommend that be part of your all's process. When we're gonna come up with a specific district where we're gonna alter setbacks and stuff, I'd love to see some input from first responders on it.
Definitely.
Oh, you said less red tape, Commissioner.
This is just red tape for the planning department, not for the property owner.
All right, we did have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Public hearing number 2, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-901 to rezone from residential single family to residential transition for an approximate 14.7 acres out of a 49.51 acre tract out of a tract L, Share 12, Espiritu Santo Grant, located on Laredo Road.
So this request is for a multifamily development. The size is mentioned for a little bit over 14 acres. It is fronting Laredo Road, close to Morrison, and it will be going from residential single family to residential transition. And so this is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 33 mailouts, no written opposition. And this is a zoning map. There is residential single family. There's also commercial to the north and multifamily, or R3, and regional center to the northeast.
Okay.
This is a bird's eye view, and PNZ did recommend the approval.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? Do you have a motion to close?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yes.
Can you tell us what a residential transition is? What does that mean?
Residential transition is just let's say the long name for the district, R3. So basically, it's just telling us that multifamily development is allowed instead of just having the R1, which would only allow single family.
So it doesn't have
residential
anything to do with retail, it's about multifamily.
Yes.
Like duplexes.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have any motions on the item?
Move to approve.
Second?
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
And Martin, I just want to say to you guys, thank you for the call out that this was city initiated to return it to what it was pre-UDC. When I read through the packet, that made it easy to decide to support you guys on this.
Yeah, we were in his office. They explained that to us as well.
Very
You
good.
dropped the ball. Thank you.
Public hearing number 3, public
you.
hearing in action on land use assumptions and capital improvements plan relating to possible adoption of capital recovery fees.
City Commission, good afternoon. We have before you a public hearing in action on the land use assumptions and the capital improvement CIP for the possible capital recovery fee. And so we have Mr. Eddie Haas from Freeze and Nichols, and Ben from ATG will give a brief presentation on the program. Thank you.
Good evening, Edmund Haas with Freeze and Nichols, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the land use assumptions and capital improvements plan. The discussion tonight is really the first of 2 steps. By adopting land use assumptions and a capital improvements plan does not mean that we are imposing capital recovery fees. This enables us to, if you all sign off on the question of how we grow over the next 10 years, land use assumptions wise, in the capital improvements plan, the road facilities plan to address growth, then we'll go to the board, do our work with develop project costing, calculate the cost per service unit. Then we can have a discussion on, on the what might capital recovery fees be? How would Brownsville benchmark with other communities with similar programs, those kinds of things. We have prepared a report. That report was made available in compliance with Chapter 395 back in March 15th. You all passed a resolution at the end of February calling for this public hearing. And we have properly notified through the Brownsville Herald at least 30 days in advance. So tonight we'll review land use assumptions, how we're going to grow, and the development of the capital improvements plan. We are seeking your approval tonight on the LUA and CIP so that we can move forward with the study. So I bring this graphic out here for a specific reason. A significant amount of planning has been undertaken by the city of Brownsville. Comprehensive plan, now the mobility plan. The draft plan is in process now, but it's addressing how the community foresees growth, the kinds of growth that are anticipated, and more importantly, the facilities identified to address growth. There's an image there of the draft thoroughfare plan. This is the thoroughfare component of the mobility plan. That mobility plan will have planning aligned with not only thoroughfares, but bike and ped and transit. Ben Magallon of ATG is here. He's leading that effort. But this thoroughfare plan is what the capital recovery fee program is predicated on. It's rooted in the arterial or collector class facilities. Basically, any of the colored corridors that are identified in this graphic we've selected a certain list of projects from this plan, and that's what we're basing our initial analysis on, okay? So the capital recovery fee is simply a mechanism for how we're going to pay to put this infrastructure on the ground. It's very expensive stuff. And so there has to be a way that we can find a way to put that on the ground in this funding mechanism, which isn't new in Texas. It's been around since 1989. Many cities across the state have implemented these programs. But basically, the philosophical approach is, as Brownsville continues to grow, there's a certain amount of growth that's anticipated to occur, and the program is predicated on that new development should help pay their fair share of growth. Okay? So, and we'll talk about the growth here in a moment, but basically the capital recovery fee is a one-time charge for new development coming to Brownsville. It has no effect on existing taxpayers or existing use, only future growth coming to the community. And this one-time charge is really predicated on what impact is put on the roadway network. If you think about how much demand is created by a residential development versus, say, an office development versus fast food versus an industrial park, there's different levels of traffic generation creating an impact on the network. The more impact on the network, the higher the capital recovery fee. So that's basically how it's assessed. But more importantly, the capital facilities that are identified in the plan are very specific. These are a list of projects that will be identified in the capital recovery fee. There's a map that would highlight those projects. We're going to show that to you here shortly. Monies collected for these facilities, whether they're new or roadway widenings, would go to fuel these projects. Ultimately, it reduces the burden on your existing tax base by new development helping to fund a share of this of the cost. And then more importantly, it gives new development upfront knowledge of what the fee would be if they brought their development application before you. Okay. Process-wise, development of land use assumptions. We have worked with the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. We met with them several times over the last several months, talked about growth rates, how we see Brownsville growing, and then second step, the development of the capital improvements plan. They provided input to what we have identified as the preliminary CIP. Those graphics are in the report, highlighted throughout in figures 1 and 2. I will talk about service areas here shortly. And the law requires that for roadway programs that there is a service area to be defined. And the reason for that is that new development, when they're coming in, if there's a capital recovery fee to be collected, fees that are collected on one side of the town shouldn't be spent all on the other side of town. So these service areas define a specific boundary. As monies are collected, they go into individual bank accounts to fuel those specific projects in those service areas. So for roads, the road program is predicated only on the city limits, but when we developed the structure, we had an eye toward long-term growth of the city. And so what the graphic shows is in the darker hue, if you can see it on screen, is the current city limits in each one of the service areas, and the lighter hue behind it is the ETJ. So as areas voluntarily come into the city, they'll come into a specific service area, and then the appropriate or the calculated cost per service unit will be applied for a capital recovery fee, okay? Okay, so by way of land use assumptions, it is a 10-year forecast of how we see ourselves growing. We're looking at the window 2023 through 2033. We're looking at both population, dwelling units, and employment. That's on all non-residential development, office, commercial, retail, industrial, et cetera, et cetera. The analysis is broken down by service areas so that we can fairly allocate how much growth or how many roadway projects we need to cover that growth. Then also it gives us the basis for developing that CIP. So we went through and we prepared an initial assessment of growth. We presented that to the advisory committee, but then late in November, we came back. There was a series of new developments that were brought into the pipe, into the system for implementation. We went back and took a look at some of these additional developments that were not initially included in the demographics. So what's listed there is residential type development, the Madera mixed use, the Heights at River Bend, master plan development, but then also more importantly, some of the non-residential type sites, the GBC site, Airspace Campus, BTX, those kinds of things. So we wanted to make sure that we were thinking currently about where growth is occurring so that we could apply those to the base demographics that were developed. Now, those base demographics come from your MPO. They have a very detailed set of numbers that was used most recently as part of 2045, the 2019 data, 2045 data. There was an interpolation for this 10-year window. We went through, scrubbed the numbers for city limits only, since some of the TAZs don't align perfectly with the city limits, so that this graphic would reflect the growth rates that we're seeing. So the darker the hue is kind of the darker or the more growth that's occurring, and hopefully it's aligning with what you're thinking, where growth is occurring in the city. Generally, there's going to be some kind of growth over the 10-year window, just more in certain service areas over others. Okay, so what this graphic depicts is the population change over the 10-year window. And so, as you can see, really kind of the whole area from Boca Chica north by 69 and 169, that's kind of where the core of anticipated growth is expected to occur. Sure, other areas will have growth, but that is where the heaviest growth is anticipated. That's why the darker the color, the heavier the growth that's forecasted. The report summarizes the basis for the development of these numbers, so feel free to ask any questions on that. By way of summary, we're looking at a growth rate at about 0.72 compound annual growth rate. We went through an in-depth analysis looking at census data for 3-year trends, 5 and 7-year trends, and we looked at, that the historic growth is 0.72. We're recommending a growth rate that be considered in that this contemplates future growth of about 1.65. We have in parentheses up from 1.32. That was our initial assessment. When we went back in and reevaluated, we felt that it was appropriate to make a change. What that means is your current population of about 200 and almost 12,000, we're forecasting a growth to about 248,000 over the 10-year window, an addition of about 37,000, almost 38,000 persons over the window. So the report breaks down where by service area, where this growth is going to be occurring, the net increase, the associated growth rates with that. Same kind of process with the employment, MPO data rolled up to the service areas allocated by the city limits only. You can see where there's growth anticipated across, for the most part, the developed part of the urban core of Brownsville, but more so in the eastern and northern sectors, service areas 8 and 9 along the I-69 corridor into the east. But by way of summary, we're anticipating an additional about 30,000 employees over the 10-year window. That aligns with a growth rate of about 3.44%. And you can see in the table there kind of the breakout of basic service retail. Basic is industrial, retail is your commercial, and service is office type growth. But we see a lot of industrial type, kind of the high tech associated with all the things going on here. In Brownsville, we see a higher level of industrial type growth. All in all, 30,000 employees added brings the employment forecast up to about little over 100,000 in 2033.
I think would say the wild card is the LNG. So if next decade does move forward, they are looking at a ramp up of within a year of approximately 6,000 employees. And so we would probably, and that's only during the construction phase that can last up to 5 years, and operations may come down to 500 to 1,000. And so we would have to look at that specific dynamic with regard to impact to roads and maybe using bus rapid transit to the Port of Brownsville. So we are talking to them about other mobility and ways to get people to the port where there would be less impact on the roads, and also traffic synchronization also is taking place.
That's a great point there, Helen. So if the program is implemented, by law, it has to be reviewed at least every 5 years. So we're making a forecast of growth, a 10-year forecast, but in 5 years, it has to be revisited at least every 5 years. Other communities in the state that have these programs, some in high-growth cities are looking at it every 2 years because they're just growing significantly, okay? By way of the capital improvements plan, as I mentioned earlier, the draft thoroughfare plan is the kind of the basis for the identification of projects. Only arterial and collector class facilities can be considered. Some of the facilities that can be considered are state facilities, but ultimately only the city's portion of cost. So in other words, if we have, say, East Loop, we're going to make an estimate of what's the city's portion of contribution that might be on a facility like this. Okay, so things like that we'll be tailoring the costing to, and those costs would be eligible. So we've identified about 127 project segments that's highlighted here on the map. The report goes into detail in the appendices by line item, by service area, the number of lanes being added, the length of the projects, how much capacity is being provided, et cetera. More importantly, the excess capacity. What are we considering in this ultimate cost per service unit calculation? We did do an evaluation of your existing network. We brought across deficiencies and netted those out of the CIP. Of the 127 projects, 88 are new projects, brand new roadways altogether. Others are widenings, 2-lane to 4 or 4 to 6, and we're only considering new capacity projects in the program. Will we use up all the capacity? Not in every service area. In some, we will. And so, but the CIP is predicated on a couple of other things. Not only the road component, but there's the transit component, the bike ped component. So this thing is kind of tailored to all three of those things acting as a mobility plan, and we're only focusing on the roadway piece, okay? There is an associated adequacy level of service D, that's been tailored into the capacity calculations and ultimately will be used in the cost per service unit calculation. By way of summary, this table here, I believe it's 8 in the report, shows of those projects on that map, how many service units of capacity are being provided for roads. It's called the vehicle mile. So we have at the very bottom about 104,000 vehicle miles of capacity being provided. Since all these lanes are brand new, that's all brand new capacity or excess capacity. We've netted out deficiencies in our existing conditions analysis of about 14,000 vehicle miles, leaving us a net capacity of about 92,000 that will then compare up against service units of growth over the 10-year window. I did edit the presentation for brevity. There was, for your sake, 40 down to 15. But table 9 in the report does highlight of the total amount of capacity, 10-year growth or those land use assumptions is going to generate about 171,000 vehicle miles. So we're going to be using quite a bit of that capacity in service areas. Some obviously not all of it, just kind of going through the tables. Some are 17% of that will be utilized, some are 23, 49%, et cetera. But what that ultimately means is we're only using 17% of that capacity. We're only considering 17% of the cost, okay? So the way the program is predicated, a fee would be assessed to new development, and they're only paying their fair share, not any more, any less, and it's predicated on travel characteristics of the development. Going forward, we will be preparing the cost estimates, obviously visiting with the advisory committee on those numbers, calculating the cost per service unit, developing sample capital recovery fee scenarios. In other words, the big one, what's it going to cost for a single family lot? some other non-residential scenarios like 100,000 square feet of commercial or 100,000 square feet of industrial, just so there's a sense of, okay, how might this roll out? And I say that because we're going through a lot of technical number crunch to get to what's the cost to provide a unit of service. Your policy consideration will be, well, how much should we ask new development to contribute, right? We're already going to credit the cost of the CIP by 50%. So that means your existing tax base is going to pick up half of the cost of the CIP. We don't know what it is. We're guessing it's in the $300 million range plus, okay? So existing tax base is going to pick up half. The question for you all is, what should new development pick up for that other half? By policy, there can be a range of considerations. We will be working with you all, workshopping what have other communities done. Some have started low, stair-stepping up. Some have said residential versus non-residential, those kinds of things. And then the final thing, we'll do some benchmarking with communities that are of similar size, that have these kinds of programs, so we can see where might Brownsville slot in. Yes, you would be the first in the valley. Corpus Christi is studying a program right now. They're anticipated to be completed late fall. With that, I'm available for any questions you might have, and then more importantly, after the public
I have
hearing,
questions.
follow-on questions.
Is this include sidewalks or bike lanes or just roads?
So technically, it's within the right-of-way envelope. So it's your roadway appurtenance. It's if your standard calls for sidewalks, we're including sidewalks. If that standard shows something wider, we can incorporate that cost.
Then it needs to say so.
Sorry?
Because all the slides that you presented spoke about roads, did not speak about sidewalks.
So the kinds of costs that are normally considered, sidewalks, curb and gutter, kind of the inlets, the drainage inlets, general landscaping, lighting, whatever is in your standard. So we're going to assume some level of cost for those kinds of components. As I was visiting with staff earlier today, the costing that we're going to be doing is going to be conservative, not on the high side, but on the low side. And the reason for that is when the projects are built and actual numbers go in, we don't want to put the city in a potential refund situation. So we're going to go on the low side.
So it should not be assumed, because when this commission is gone and there are other people that sit in these chairs, it's easy to take that money and decide it's only for roads. It should be written down that it includes sidewalks, bike lanes, and specifically things that are in that right of way, not just roads.
Well, it'll be tailored
It's not a small
specifically for roads.
I
Specifically
think
for
we
roads
could,
within
we
the
could
right
just
of
say
way.
that if our typical cross-section includes sidewalks, which they do, that it needs to comply with our cross-sections, right? And I think that can be memorialized in the document.
So we currently have that already, Commissioner. All roadways that are implemented here have to do the complete streets. And so right now it has, one on side would be a multi-use path of 10 feet. The other side is 5-foot sidewalk, the curb and gutter, et cetera. And so that's the standard already. And so any fees collected will be for that standard.
But when you do presentations like this or talk to the developers about what the money is going to go to, you should state that. Don't assume they know that, because don't assume they're going to value the importance of a
Okay,
complete
good point. Yes, ma'am.
One of the things I'd like to see, and I like that we're talking about what the future growth is going to look like, but one of the things that concerns me is that it looks like we're still using the old maps. I know there are areas we've already annexed, Madeira being one of them, but it doesn't look like we're showing that as inside the city limits yet. So when we're using expanded areas to cover future growth, we're already there, and we might be leaving something else out that might grow within the next 5 years because of that development. So I'd love to see, before we get to a final plan, that map get adjusted to reflect the annexed areas.
Most definitely. We would want to show the most latest and greatest set of current city limits. That's
Very
correct.
good. And I thank you guys for the time you gave me, because I know I wanted to go a little more in depth on this. And just make sure that as we work on circulating this with the public, we also talk about, and I see the value for the public is that it's not all in the general public and the taxpayer to fund what's going to be needed here, but I also want to know for the developers who are going to be impacted, what's in it for them as well. And hopefully smoother processes, permitting, things of that nature, not just a seller that we already have, but an overall better experience that they're contributing to.
Thank you.
I'm going to say, I hate this. And I'm trying to like be as civil as possible, but I represent a district that's really densely populated, and as it is, it's really hard to access the highway. I go to the gym at 6:15 in the morning to avoid the traffic. That's it. I try to avoid driving between lunchtime and 5 because it's miserable. And so I don't see anything on this plan that will alleviate traffic in my area. I represent the white part, like at the bottom corner of all the white part. The only thing you're adding there, like in terms of the new capacity or the widening extension, is in Boca Chica towards east to benefit SpaceX. Yeah, they're important and stuff, but what about all the residents who have lived here for a very long time? They like their community. They keep having to navigate around. Right now, there's the lanes on Boca Chica are closed. They're going to keep being closed because they're going to put in a raised median. We have so much traffic, truck traffic right now between the bridges and the port, and there's nothing here to facilitate that. Like, the only thing you're adding is the East Loop, which we've been advocating for now for 30 years. Where are the resources going to?
If I can answer that, we have a mobility plan, and I don't know if you want to talk about this. So there's two different plans, Commissioner, and those are excellent points. This is for new construction mostly and new capacity that needs to be, I think that the private sector, we're saying, should assist in paying for that. But we also are implementing a mobility plan that is looking at, even talking to our bus drivers and understanding, and our police department and our fire, as to understanding what are the hot spots and where would you need added capacity. So we are looking at two different, the mobility will look at existing conditions and improvements there, and also to facilitate additional funding by the MPO or TxDOT. So these are two, I think that it's interesting, it's important, I believe, that we need to do a better job or a good job to say, what does the mobility plan cover? And what is road traffic impact fee cover? And understanding what are those differences so that we can look at existing conditions and actually new growth and development.
So most of the people in this room know that like I'm familiar with residential development because that's what my family does in my area, because we're doing a lot of subdivisions in District 1. I'm familiar, but there's nothing being addressed. There's all this, District 1 has a lot of raw undeveloped land on the east side, right? And so we should plan, there's new subdivisions popping up. Maybe not you, but planning should know that. They're right around Lopez. How long have we been talking about the problem in front of Lopez and Idea? There's bus traffic, there's school buses. It's a rural street with one lane going in each way, and we have two new subdivisions going on the corner, on two corners of Dakota and Dockberry. And there's no vision in sight to try to ameliorate the traffic. We got an offer today to have the land on Dakota and Southmost sold because they probably want to do a subdivision too. So how are we ever going to plan for this density, which is coming because we already see it coming? And I don't see you addressing it.
So Commissioner, I will say, as Helen mentioned, that the mobility plan will cover every inch of roadway within the city limits. Ben is here from ATG, and Ben, I don't know if you want to speak to that on those efforts.
Very good points and very valid and important concerns, Eddie. Here we go. So as Eddie explained, that capital recovery fee can only be applied within city limits, but as we know, our roadways don't end in city limits. So the thoroughfare plan shown here is that larger subset of all the roadways. So there's that network being flushed out the rest of the way beyond the city limits as a recommendation, including that bicycle pedestrian network, the transit recommendations, and those improvements, because we recognize that we can't build our way out of congestion with just construction and capacity projects, and we want to provide those quality of life improvements for the city of Brownsville and its residents. So that picture is that larger network, and those are very valid concerns that we definitely want to make sure we address in the plan.
So here's some of the other concerns that you're not aware of because you're from out of town or whatever. There's a lot of construction going on Boca Chica, and there's a lot of truck traffic, right? We all know that. There's all of us who live at Casey Lake, Billy Mitchell, Clubhouse, the south side of Boca Chica going towards Central, even Central. We all have to find ways to go around it because you can't use Owens to cut to Southmost. If you need to get to the university, there's all this new traffic going into residential streets because we're having to navigate our way around Boca Chica. Yet we can't even get speed bumps and stuff. Yesterday I was meeting with a resident on Augusta, and Carlos knows this because I wrote about it. I wrote him about it. People are using these residential streets as well, to get to places. They're speeding. We don't have money for speed bumps because we're told that there's only enough money for 5 speed bumps throughout the city for the whole year. So where's that all coming? I realize that this is a plan to bring in money so that we can do these kinds of things, but I don't think this is good enough. I don't think that this is really appreciating the need and that is needed. I can't speak for the other districts because I really don't pay as much attention to the other districts as I do my own, but this doesn't cover it. And I think you all need to really open your eyes about that. Or I'm just not gonna approve something because you're neglecting my district. And just because we're older and people there, we're often being overlooked. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to advocate for the residents who live in our part of town.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those comments, and we'll make sure we circle one-on-one with you so we can explain our methodology and process.
I would also ask that you all have a one-on-one with Commissioner Galansky to better understand. Maybe we can visit some of those areas that she has concerns with. Thank you.
Great comments. This program is strictly a finance tool. Projects identified, how they get paid for. But what you're alluding to is a bigger issue. Current congestion is going to get worse. There's future growth coming to the city that will compound that. How do we address getting facilities on the ground, and how do we address paying for those facilities? And that's what this program is.
There's a lot of rural land in the eastern part of my district that is being developed into residential areas to service SpaceX because their employees, I guess, are growing there. And so, yes, they can contribute to it, but we also have to find a way to not overlook people who have lived here 30, 40 years in the same home, and they might not be able to afford to move. And so they're just being overlooked, and they might not get new infrastructure to meet their needs.
So I think more than anything, Commissioner Galansky also needs to meet with y'all on the mobility plan and future studies as far as density and growth and what the future projects are going to be in that district. That's certainly something that I agree with. I mean, there's certainly some issues with future planning because of the explosion towards the east side and District 1 specifically. But I know that this more so it's more about, like you said, it's a financial tool for whatever it is. It's actually coming online, how that's going to be financed and how that's going to be paid for. Hopefully there is more projects in District 1, and if there is, this plan should help fund some of those. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. So as the program moves forward, you can always add projects to it. Even if the city advanced a project and built the project, we can include it into the capital recovery and recoup the cost of excess capacity. So it's not like it's static. We only one picture at one time. It's as time goes on, we're adding projects, we're building projects, we're accounting for projects, and more importantly, adding new projects.
Then we're adapting to the growth instead of actually planning ahead of time and doing a smart growth. And this is, I think, the problem that's happened in a lot of the city. We haven't really had proper planning ahead of time. We don't have loops like other big cities that really ease the flow of traffic because we've been growing as we go instead of actual foresight.
I think going forward, I think what we need to add to this presentation is a deeper dive into the mobility plan and what those recommendations are, because those things contemplate those kinds of things from both the roadside, how transit might address things, and those kinds of things. So maybe we need to incorporate that going forward.
This is the public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? Besides all of us.
I'll move to close.
Okay, motion to
Second.
close. In a second, any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have a motion on the item?
Move to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
We have one nay.
Because we need to discuss a whole lot more. We need to have a more comprehensive outlook on this whole thing than just doing it piecemeal.
And I want to add a comment to that since we're going to be commenting on this because I don't want my district neglected. The census taught us. District 1 had 32,000 residents after the census. My district had over 60,000. And we've been fighting for give each district an equal share, but on a per capita basis, that would be neglecting District 3. We know that's where the growth is. That's exactly what this shows. That's exactly what the census has shown. So I think the city has absolutely done this responsibly. And I think this plan absolutely takes into consideration the historic growth we've already seen in these areas. And I was one of the chief proponents for growth is going to come in the Boca Chica area going out that way because of SpaceX. So I don't think we're doing this piecemeal. I don't think we've made any missteps here. I think we're right on track.
Right?
I would agree with that.
So motion passes. Thank you.
Public hearing number 4, public hearing in action on first reading to adopt mid-year budget amendment ordinance 2023-1717 to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget.
Michael, is that why we have this?
That's the next one.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. Today is April 18th, as you know, and it's tax day, so it's only appropriate that finance will have a few items on the agenda tonight. So at the recent budget subcommittee last week, the concept of financial policy statements came up, and it was discussed that basically a financial policy statement gives the city target guidance as to how fund dollars should be used. And one of the fund policy statements that was discussed was that the general fund should be primarily funded by property taxes, as it is a consistent revenue source every year, and sales tax can be no more than 30% of the general fund funding source, because it's not a reoccurring expense or a revenue source to fund reoccurring operating expenses that the city has. And so we don't want to take reoccurring operating expenses and fund those with variable sources. Tonight, however, we're going to focus on one of the variable sources, which is sales tax, and look at Q1 of FY23. Looking at that chart, the period is October through December 22, which is Q1 of FY23. And we had a very robust sales tax for the period. We had 11.3 million versus 10.9 million last year. It's a 3.7% increase. And we had a very, very conservative budget at 8.8 million. So what it shows basically is a 2.5 million surplus. And what we're going to discuss tonight is using a portion of that surplus to fund some mid-year budget amendments. So there's other funding sources, but this is the variable one. So some of the funding sources that we're going to go through tonight are the landfill, grant revenue, general fund, and then of course sales tax that we mentioned. The landfill, as everyone knows, is an enterprise fund. It had a balance, the reserve of 1.8 million. And the general goal for the landfill is to stand on its own 2 feet and be able to fund equipment purchases from the landfill and not borrowing from the general fund. And that's tonight, that's what we're requesting. We also have 3.8 million of grant revenue. It's 2 million public transit and 1 million general fund. The thing to be clear here is that many of these projects have already been presented to City Council before. Tonight, we're just coming to request funding and approval of the funding from those grants to be accepted into the budget. The general fund, the 120,000, the audit results, which is about to follow, during the end result for the fund balances for the general fund, the unassigned reserve or undesignated piece was 43.3 million, which equates to 113 days. And we're asking tonight to use 120,000 of that fund balance to fund one request. And then of course, the 2.3 million for sales tax is split amongst 4 areas. There's 1.3 for the general fund. We have $460,000 worth of capital projects that are well needed. We have 460,000 the enterprise fund, and then 49,000 for public transit. So as you can see, there's 4 funding sources. We sort of started on sales tax, but we'll cover all of them and then the projects. I like the landfill one the best because it focuses on being an accountant. There's 5 buckets of types of spending here. One, there's items that extend the life of the landfill. 2, there's efficiency operations that will focus on customer service. 3, there's replacement of tired old fences that are at the landfill that need to be replaced. 4, there's items where there's a financial payback, the one I love the most. And then 5, there's possible revenue enhancement. So I'll go through some of the items in the landfill and try to do it quickly, but give you examples of where those 5 buckets are coming into play. We have a request for our articulated truck for $500,000. Today, there's only 1 truck. The second truck, Doro has to borrow from Public Works. So this is a real need for the landfill to make them more efficient. There's a hydro seeder for $125,000. And what that does is a requirement for 6 inches of dirt at the landfill. By using the hydro seeder, he can circumvent the 6 inches of dirt and get by without it. And it also extends the life of the landfill. The one I like the most is the one that the D5 Dozier. Currently, we're paying $7,500 a month, and the purchase price is $120,000. So if you do the math, there's a payback in 16 months. This one's crystal clear that it makes business sense for the city. And then the scale house design, there hasn't been a new design since we took on the activity of Harlingen. And so this design will allow the customer service traffic to be more efficient. Doro says today that at times there's a wait as much as a half hour. So this new design will help alleviate those delays that take place there. And then lastly, the 2 items on here at the landfill are $200,000 for perimeter fencing and $50,000 for a windblown fence. So altogether, $1,595,000. Fund balance is $1.8 million. That's last year. This year, the landfill will be profitable as well, and it'll grow to the balance. So we're just requesting the $1.59 million from last year's balance, self-funded by the landfill, nothing to do with the general fund. So moving on to the other sources, we have the general fund here, $1.8 million, and this is the grant revenue that we talked about. The health projects, the $141,000, there's $81,000 for a healthy baby program. There's $60,000 for a SNAP food program. So those 2 net together for the health balance of $141,000. The library has $25,000. That's for abbreviation TSLAC, which stands for Texas Libraries and Archives Commission Act. There's a parks program at $70,000. It's actually $69,592. And that's for a staffing position that the Texas Parks and Wildlife Co-op. And then the last item on here is the police department at $1.6 million. This is rather significant, but what it does is it allows the city to transfer, if you will, or pay for overtime for the police department from the beginning of the fiscal year to the end of the fiscal year. So it takes a huge burden off the general fund on being able to fund that through the grant. And so those are the totals on the general fund. If you look at public transit, we have $300,000 there. And the use of initials sort of irritates me, but the FTA is ARPA funding, but it's Federal Transit Association, and it's ARPA funding. The city gets ARPA funding in general, but this is ARPA funding for multimodal. So the $300,000 there is for a scope of a study that has not been yet completed. We're asking for approval of that. The $1.7 million on FTA 6929, a large portion of the 1.1 million of the total is for buses. And as multimodal explained to me, you know, if you have 40 buses in a fleet and there's 10-year period, maybe you want to replace 4 every year so the city isn't burdened doing it all at once. Well, the last 2 years, they haven't replaced any buses because of demand supply issues. So this 1.2 million in this total is very, very important to the city. On top of that, there's 426,000 in this that's going to cover overtime. We don't have enough bus drivers right now to cover the Saturday and Sunday routes. And because of that, overtime is excessive. The 426 will be used to cover the year-to-date overtime, plus hire 2 additional bus drivers. And then the remaining portion of that is basically miscellaneous. So 2 million public transit, 1.8 million general fund, again, all grant-related revenue that's going to help the city. Now we're moving on to the general fund. I like to go in buckets. And so I'm going to look at the 121,000 there in the general fund. And that's a project that the city manager, Helen, came up with for the Enterprise Project Management Office. The city at times has so many projects going on, it's hard to keep track of scope changes and creep there. And there's a joint opportunity to work with the zoo. So Helen came up with this position that'll work very well on projects, managing scope creep. I think it's going to pay for itself. I think it's brilliant. And then to work with the zoo and projects they have going there, it's a good use of funds, I believe, for the city. And it's coming out of the fund balance that exists today, where we told you we had that surplus. The other items in the general fund, there's 363,000 on the West Rail Trail Fence and Southmost Natural Trail Amenities. I know this has come to council before, but we've never asked for the funding. Doors Group in Public Works has 67,000 for a match for Owens Road and the Tulipan Signal. Those monies are well needed for the roads.
What are they, because that's my district, what are they, what is it about Owens Road that it's gonna fix, and where's the signal on Tulipan, because they already have?
Do we have staff here from that?
Owens Road.
Get close.
Good afternoon, good Commissioners. The Owens Road is for the bridge, with the improvements we're doing on the bridge. That's
The one that
our
that
match.
TxDOT has to fix?
Yes,
Okay, but that's only one, and what, the other one is not gonna get addressed? The one that's closer to 30th Street?
oh, yes, that was well, the signal there as well, yes.
Okay, because Doro told me that only the one that's closer to Boca Chica is gonna get fixed.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, the signal at Boca Chica and Owens will is the one that we're addressing. And the other funding for the match for the Owens Road Bridge improvements.
Okay, but sorry, and Tulipan, what's that? Sí, pero son dos calles separadas.
Yeah, Carlos, is Owens Road and Tulipan, are they two separate
They're two
signals?
separate-
Yes, Tulipan is another signal, yes, sir.
Okay, I think Commissioner Galansi is asking where the Tulipan signal is going to be.
Yeah,
Oh, right at the southmost and Tulipan.
so why doesn't TxDOT cover it, since Southmost is Tulipan? Or that's the match?
Signals are our responsibility.
Oh,
Yes, signals are our responsibility.
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the questions. Moving on, the fire department training for 35,000 is required for EMS people in order to get licensing and certifications for continuing education. The next one I take a lot of pride in and really looking at needs for the police department. It looks like a lot of money at 458,000, and it is. But currently, the police department has to drive all the way to Public Works to fill up. And they told me they average 3 trips a week. And it's very inefficient. Each time they go, they lose about 20 minutes. And so what we're trying to do here, the existing fueling pump station does not work. They're going to have to terminate it or put it into extinction. And it's going to have to be at the EPA standards. So there's monies within the 325 to do that. On top of that, there's monies for a new fueling station. And the useful life of a fueling station is over 20 years. So I think it's money's well spent. And reviewing this with Helen and the police department, we even looked at, do we want to consider cards for filling up with gas too? And it was just thought from safety purposes and efficiency purposes, it made sense to meet their needs there. So that's the bulk of the 458. There's other monies in there to cover overtime as well. On the Acela and GIS software on the 250,000, Acela software that's been presented here at council before and being used in the planning department, there's 100,000 needed there. The GIS software is another 100,000. And then the additional amount of 50,000 is money that's being set aside in a reserve for demolition in case it happens. The 62,000 shown for the health department is basically 45,000. The city has vacant lots that has to be mowed. And so the 45,000 will go, it'll make the city look prettier. And then those homeowners or property owners that have that, they're assessed the fees back, so we collect their money on it. And if they don't pay at the time it's sold and auctioned off, the buyer then has to pay for it. So it's monies that we purpose in our budget, but we'll see a return on it. It may not be this fiscal year, but we'll see a return whenever that property is sold. And then the animal shelter with the weekend hours is requiring overtime, so we want to be able to fund their needs there. And that animal shelter is doing doing well lately with some new leadership. The continued education requirement for 80,000 are pilot programs for the city. We have quite a few people that would like to get certifications that they don't have today for growth. And then also a few people going back to school. And so we'll see how those programs work. And then if property tax dollars are available next year, see if we can fund it across the entire population base. So those are the monies in the general fund. All have a specific purpose. And these monies weren't decided in a vacuum. Helen came in on a Friday. We reviewed everything, called every manager, and then we had a meeting, a leadership meeting where all the directors are there and we discussed them as a group. So it was a very collaborative approach as opposed to here's what we're doing with the monies. And I enjoyed the process, but it took a lot of work from my team as well as the city manager's office.
There's also an inclusion that, not necessarily an amendment of, we added 21,000 to the mayor and city commission budget to allow for each of the mayor and commissioner to have $3,000 to do podcast outreach and a lot of community outreach that, we always feel that there's formal and informal ways to do outreach, whether, it's coffee shop with the commissioner or just talking about a trail project near, to have that availability of small money, but some funding so that you can all also talk to your constituents and at their area, their neighborhood versus coming to City Hall sometimes. And so we wanted to have that for you all as a way for community outreach.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify some, Commissioner, the signal at Tulipan was actually at East and Tulipan. It was a signal that was built recently, and TxDOT is now billing us for our share of that. And then the other match for the Owens Road Bridge expansion.
Because there's bridges on, right, there's two bridges on Owens. But I thought
It's the only one, yeah, the one closer to the Boca Chica, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Carlos, for those comments. We're still on the sales tax dollars here. There's $49,000 that's needed for public transit for a grant from LRGVDC. This happens to be an annual requirement that comes every year, so it's not anything new. And then on top of that, our EA group, they've been here in front of City Council before recently, telling their demands for hardware and what they need to stay consistent with other enterprises across municipal funds, what they need for their IT network. And we were only able to approve 2 items. It's $460,000, which is a lot of money. But one of the items is for storage service on the cloud. Today's backup is on a server. It's $135,000. So this will put it in the cloud, make it more secure. And today, if things were to go down, I know this is a public forum, but we'd only have 16 days of backup. So in the cloud, we're much more protected. So the sooner we make this purchase, the better off the city will be. And then the last piece on that total is $326,000 for basically a phone cloud system. In today's office environment, people aren't using the landlines anymore. And so that will help replace it totally across the employee base.
That also help us save us money in the long run. So many of these, the thought process was, where's the return on investment on those? Because we have to pay for those landlines every year and they don't last that long. And so at the end of the day, going to this, we're eventually going to save money long term.
So the last piece of the sales tax is this capital projects fund. And there's 38,000 in there for the event center. Tomorrow's a big event for the mayor with a presentation. Had we had an advertising marquee for this 38,000, it could have been advertised a little bit more. So that's spending that we know will be used going forward.
Well, we also think about when you rent out the event center for a quinceañera or a wedding, people, it's been down for a while. We really need to, that's kind of a part of the fee that you pay, right? When you rent out the event center for a special occasion.
Thanks, Helen. Golf carts are 88,000. We actually wanted more money than that, but we narrowed it down to half of the request. Golf carts are used hard. The brakes on some of the ones we have now don't. And that's why we're recommending that we're going to lease these. The shelf life of a golf cart is 4 to 5 years. We'll structure the lease over the time, and that way we're not financing the residual requests. So the golf carts, to me, make sense. They make the playing experience more pleasurable for the people. Market Square, we had some cost overruns on buildings before, putting in HVAC. The Market Square building was not finished, but when it was finished, the HV overruns on the first floor ran the bulk of this 164,000. The second floor has not been finished, and that would have to be additional scope. What we're trying to do right now is cover the cost overruns from the original project. And another portion of the 164, there's about 15,000 for the Circus of America building as well too. So that's the gross combined 164,000.
So
think
this
that's
is-
costumes, Mike.
This Costume of
Costume.
America, yeah. So BHA did come to us. They tried their best to, we all know that costs have gone up. And so with the transfer of the Costume of the Americas, and it's beautiful museum now, and the typical HVAC costs, they did put in money, and then those cost estimates went up. So this is those cost overruns that they experienced with the improvements that they made.
Thanks, Helen. And the last piece on the firing range is built on an old landfill. And so the ground had to be prepared in advance of possibly receiving money from the state for a firing range. And we'll know by the end of May if we're going to get that. So this was elective work that was done in advance. So all told, these are all capital projects. That's the 460,000 that we talked about a few slides ago. So that's it. There's a lot of money spent, but we separated in the buckets. There's the grant revenue that basically the city isn't paying for. We got a little bit of reserve coming from the general fund that we think we'll get a payback from. We have the landfill that's self-funding and great needs there. And of course, you saw where the general fund was split into 4 different areas. And I just wanted to thank all the directors that participated, the finance staff, and especially Helen. She prepared very hard, researched every request. There were a lot of things we had to say no to. I mean, the city didn't have fund to cover everything, but I think we made some wise choices as a group. Any questions?
I just have a compliment to give, and that is that your presentation was actually enjoyable rather than a very flat spreadsheet. And I thank you for that because it's much easier to follow when it's in an interactive way as you did it. And it's not just for us, but for the general public that are watching the meeting. So thank you for the format that you used, which was very understandable and clear, and I liked it very much.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to thank you. I was excited to see the landfill getting some attention. People really don't understand what an asset it is to us and how much money it brings us every year. So everything that we invest in it and extend the life of it is a very good thing for the entire community. And I was also very happy to see that the Brownsville Police Department had their firing range receive money. So thank you for that. We appreciate the presentation.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? All right, do you have a motion to close?
So moved.
We have a motion to close and a second. Any discussion on that? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, do we have any motions on the item?
Move to
I'll move to
approve.
approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, we have items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action to acknowledge the city's comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022.
Hello again. We're going to discuss briefly a summary of the FY2 audited financial statements, and those are the books that you have in your chair there. We have our audit partner here tonight, and we're going to cover summary points and then also make reference to the link that was sent to all the council members if you want a more detailed version of the audit committee that met last week. It was about 45 minutes, somewhat interactive, some good news there, but tonight we're just going to cover a summary of that audit. And the book that you have is 321 pages. It's overwhelming, so we're just going to get key points and feel free to ask any questions that you might have. And I did want to run, Helen sort of reminded me that the scope of the services that the city has is enormous. We run an airport, We have a golf course. We just talked about the landfill. Of course, we have an animal shelter we talked earlier. We have a bridge fund. And everyone knows the general fund has a fire and police department, which, you know, that's a lot of activity there too. And then we received ARPA funding, and ARPA funding has to go into a separate account and accounted for it separately. And then on top of that, there's additional grants. And then we have a very large public works department, and then many different bond funds. And each bond fund has its own bank account and it's separated for its purposes. So that's why an audit takes a long time. But I did want to point out that this year's audit was actually done 2 months ahead of last year. And we think with efficiency improvements, even next year, we can do even better. And we're purposely going to achieve that way. And we work very well with our audit firm, CRI. And Matthew Montemere, who's here tonight, I'm going to introduce and turn it over to him. But I did want to express some appreciation to him tonight. Their firm had actually double booked appointments and on the 18th, and he decided to come here, so that speaks well for the city. And we're very happy to have him. We work well with the firm, and they did a very good job for us. And I think the finance staff that's here in attendance tonight did a wonderful job as well. Hi, Matthew.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Commission. My name is Matthew Montemayor. I'm an audit partner with Carr, Riggs & Ingram. As Mr. Delmore mentioned, I'm here today to present kind of an overview of the audit report. It is a fairly lengthy report, over 300 pages long. But as you did mention, we did have a chance to meet with the audit committee and discuss the report in detail. I'll go ahead and cover a little bit of basics of the audit process, as well as cover the results of the audit, which is our independent auditor's opinions that we've issued on your financial statements, as well as point out some financial highlights as well. So I served as the engagement partner on the audit, and as the engagement partner on the audit, I'm responsible for overseeing all the activities, including development of the audit plan, execution of audit procedures, review of field work, as well as authorizing independent auditors' opinions that are issued at the conclusion of the audit. At Carr, Riggs & Ingram, as part of our quality control process, we do have a separate partner that serves as the engagement quality control reviewer. That's kind of like a second set of eyes throughout the audit. They review selected audit work papers, as well as review the report for technical disclosures, and to ensure quality of the report and quality of the audit. So we did have a UQCR over this audit. This slide just kind of points out the highlights of what makes this report comprehensive. As Michael mentioned, your city is composed of various operations and various funds, large scale operations, and it takes a lot of effort to pull in all the information needed for the financial statement audit, but not only to bring it together for the financial statement audit, but also to bring it together for the audit report. And your city has shown, and your finance department has shown ability to do that for 45 years running. You as a city go above and beyond the minimum requirements and submit an annual comprehensive financial report, and you also send it to the GFOA for their Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This most recent fiscal year, 2021, which is the year prior, you did submit your report to the GFOA, and you were awarded the award, and that was the 45th year in a row that you've received it. So hats off to your finance department and being able to accomplish that. I'll go to touch a little bit on the audit process. So I always like to describe the audit process of consisting of two components. You have an audit of your financial statements, as well as an audit of your federal and state awards. In the financial statement audit, we audit the basic financial statements of the primary government. Primary government includes that of your governmental activities, which is basically your police, fire, public works, administration, and others, as well as your business type activities, which is your airport operations, your public transit department, and other enterprise funds as well. We did not audit the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. That is audited by component auditors, and we make reference to their separately issued report, and standards allow for us to do that in a group audit setting. The second component is the audit of compliance, and that audit of compliance is we audit for compliance requirements described in the OMB compliance supplement. This has, since the city does receive and expend over $750,000 federal and state awards, we are required to conduct a federal single audit and a state single audit in accordance with the uniform guidance and Texas grant management standards. The results of the audit, I'll point you to 3 independent auditors reports that we issued as a result of the audit. The first one being the independent auditors report. This is found on page 21. And in that report, we issue an opinion over the fair presentation of the financial statements. And the opinion that we've issued over your financial statements is called an unmodified opinion. We call it an unmodified opinion. You may consider that to be a clean opinion, something that the city commission would be anticipating to receive, something that the taxpayers would be hoping that the city receives as well. During the year, there was a new accounting pronouncement that was required to be implemented. That was GASB 87 that had to do with leases. One of the bigger accounting pronouncements that has come out in recent years, it's been out there for a while and it's been staring at us in the face, and your city was able to compile all the information needed to implement that standard during the current year, and it has been reflected in your financial statements. The second report that we issued is what we call the Yellow Book report. Since you are a government, you're required to have the audit performed in accordance with government auditing standards. And that report, we don't issue an opinion, but rather we describe the scope and the results of our testing of internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters. If we came across any instances of material noncompliance, we would be required to communicate that in the Yellow Book report. Or if we identified any type of weaknesses in internal controls that we consider to be significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, we'd be required to communicate that as well in this Yellow Book report. During the year, we did not identify any type of deficiencies in internal controls that we considered to be material weaknesses, nor do we identify any type of material noncompliance. So, and the last report that we did issue was our independent auditor reports on compliance. Again, this covers your federal and state awards. In this third auditor's report, we do provide an opinion on compliance, and our opinion that we have issued is, again, unmodified opinion, which would be a clean opinion stating that the city complied in all material specs with the compliance requirements that are required for the major programs that we audited. Next, I'm going to go ahead and forward a few slides through the essence of time, and then I'm going to cover a little bit of the financial highlights of your general fund. I like to focus on the general fund just being because your general fund is pretty much serves as the main operating fund of the city. You budget for things like property taxes, sales taxes. You just had a budget amendment discussion right now over items in your general fund. And so I like to cover a little bit of information on your general fund. As Mr. Delmore did mention, your general fund balance ended the year about $53.4 million in total fund balance. Now, unassigned fund balance represents about $43.4 million. The city's policy, I believe, is to hold about 90 days of operating expenditures in unassigned fund balance, and you guys were sitting at about 113 days, which is well above than the 90-day goal that you have established. In terms of total revenues and budget for the fiscal year ending 2022, you did have actual revenues above your budget of about $17.2 million. Favorable variance, meaning you budgeted for X amount and you ended up coming out at $17.2 million above your budgeted revenues, as well as your budgeted fund balance. Your budgeted fund balance came out $16.6 million above where you had budgeted for your fund balance. So there are some fund balance in there, as Mr. Delmore mentioned, unassigned that you're using for things, operations going forward in the current fiscal year that you're in right now. Next, going to touch on the single audit highlights. Like I mentioned earlier, your city does receive and expend over $750,000 in federal and state awards, and you're required to have a federal and state single audit. For the fiscal year ending 2022, your federal funds expended were about $34.1 million, and your state funds expended were about $1.9 million. The federal programs that we did audit are listed here. We did audit the CDBG program. Your CDBG department does receive various grants. And we audited that department for that program for compliance. Your airport operations also receive various airport grants under the FAA. We audited that program as a major program. And then lastly, the last two, your federal transit cluster, those are federal grants that your transportation department receives. That fell under the scope of our audit. And then lastly, your ARPA funds, your American Rescue Plan funds, that was a major program required to be audited because it's identified as higher risk in the compliance supplement. We did audit all of those programs in accordance with the uniform guidance, and as a result, we issued a clean, unmodified opinion on compliance, and we did not identify any type of material noncompliance or any type of material weaknesses over internal controls over compliance for your federal and state single audit. Summary of independent auditors results. This is basically just a summary of everything I've just covered. If there were any type of material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, those would be labeled here as identified. Far right column, no, none reported, no, none reported. That's good. So you want to have that reflected there. And then lastly, we do have a separate packet that is included in your audit report. This separate packet is our required communications. We are required to make certain communications with those charged with governance, which is considered yourself as a commission. If we had any type of significant difficulties or disagreements with management, we would be required to communicate those. We did not identify any. Your financial statements contain significant estimates. We have evaluated those significant estimates and determined they're reasonable in relation to the financial statements. Your financial statements during the audit, we also required some corrected and uncorrected misstatements. No uncorrected misstatements. All the adjustments that were posted, they were posted and reflected in the summary of audit adjustments throughout the audit. There wasn't many. A lot of the adjustments were provided by management throughout the audit. We did have a couple adjustments, but nothing significant. And then lastly, we had some written representations that management provided at the conclusion of the audit, and we did have some advisory comments that we discussed with management, and they provided the response to those as well. So that's overall what I have for you as a high-level overview of the audit report. Like Mr. Dilmore did mention, we did visit with your audit committee. We did have a chance to visit with your finance department to discuss the audit in detail. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address.
Do you have any questions or comments from the commission? All right, any motions?
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve.
And
Any
acknowledge.
discussion? I'm sorry, actually acknowledge. Yep. It's
Items
a
left
motion to
on this.
acknowledge.
If it's okay, we had a few items left on the statistical section that would take about 4 or 5 minutes. Is that okay with council?
For what?
For the audit in the statistical section, we were going to cover 4 to 5 minutes on the statistical section. Is it okay to cover that?
Is that something that you need to present to us?
We would like to if the council would allow for it.
Okay, because we already have a motion and a second, so unless
well
it's
then-
something you need to present to us, you've given us all the documents, so unless it's something you need to point out.
No, we'll move on.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thanks.
Next item, we have board appointments, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2023-020 to create and appoint at least 7 members to the La Posada Park Task Force of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas for the future development of La Posada Park and other duties as assigned and authorizing such other actions necessary or convenient to carry out this resolution.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. We're here to get Commissioner Golonsky's last appointment, and then we will finalize this item.
Thank you, Rene, for allowing Lupe Garcia to participate. That's who my appointee will be.
Mr. Lupe Garcia?
Great. And I can send you or the city secretary his contact information via
Perfect.
email.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to make that official.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. That's all of it, right?
That's all.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, we have consideration and action on resolution number 2023-051. 1, suspending the JBIC bylaws related to board appointments solely for considering 2 agenda items, Project Enterprise and Project Replace. And 2, appointing 1 to 3 special directors to serve on the JBIC Board of Directors with the limited purpose of presiding over Project Enterprise and Project Replace.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the commission. Tonight, I would hope to get your consideration to appoint 1 to 3 board members. We do have some conflicting members that would like to stay out of the consideration of these 2 projects. So if Commissioner Golonsky would be your appointment, Commissioner Cardenas and Commissioner Cowan.
So we should appoint ourselves to then.
That's correct.
Okay, I move to appoint
I
ourselves.
have a question. Does this interfere with the upcoming election?
I'm not even sure what the purpose of this is.
So this is for consideration of 2 projects. They're real estate related for the North Brownsville Industrial Park.
Okay.
We did it once before this way.
That's
Right,
correct.
right. But how many do you need to replace?
3.
That'll be 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
Second.
See? Yeah.
so we did have a motion.
So I would say that we each,
But
Oh, but no,
Didn't
John
you say
can't do it.
Commissioner
John still has
Cowan?
to appoint someone else.
That's correct. He's a current board member.
So I think there's some confusion here.
Yeah,
because-
that's
So
what
we're
I'm
not
trying to figure out.
appointing the three you mentioned.
No, no, no. Their appointees are the ones with the conflict of interest.
So,
In the past, commission had voted to serve in their stead,
Mhm.
with the exception of Commissioner Cowan, who appointed somebody, another commissioner.
Okay, so then, this is a temporary,
That is correct. It would be just a temporary assignment only for the consideration of those two projects.
got it.
It's
Okay,
about 7
so we need
days.
a clean motion, Commissioner? Somebody just make a clean motion.
And I'd like an opinion from council on this because I do have a concern that if we go this route, then we're violating what we have in place right now that says one member of the commission can be on the GBIC board. And it was not clear from the way this has been published that that's what we're doing tonight.
Yeah.
We're now looking at increasing that to 2 or 3.
Yeah, so we're suspending the bylaws to allow the temporary, and once that vote is taken, then the appointment would lapse. And then to answer the prior question, no, it does not conflict with the election.
In the future, when we're saying suspending the bylaws, I'd like to know what we're suspending them with regard to, because that was not clear to me.
I don't mind appointing someone else. I'll appoint David Merrill.
second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second from Commissioner Cardenas. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Do we have any other motions?
I think the two who have to appoint, which would be who's conflicted,
Commissioner Cowan?
Do we need to do it in two separate motions? One to suspend the GBIC bylaws and then two to appoint someone? Or you think it can be all done together?
Because it's in one, I think you can do it all in one motion. But my understanding is, did you just appoint?
I appointed somebody in my position who can't be in that meeting.
Okay. So I must.
So they
need
have
two
to
more.
make their appointments.
But his motion didn't have the suspension, so I would go and suspend it first.
Would we not need to suspend it only if a commissioner would be appointed? I'm not appointing a commissioner.
Well, yes, but this will be temporary, so you're still suspending.
Because you're not
certain
using the
section
regular
of it.
board members.
Just amend your motion to suspend the
I
bylaws.
amend my motion to suspend the bylaws and appoint David Merrill to GBIC for one meeting.
We have a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion passes. Next. Who's next?
I'll make a motion to appoint Kendra Philip Gully.
Okay, we have a motion to appoint.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Are the meetings at this regular time? I have to think of someone who's available at the times that GBIC meetings are. So,
Right, the tentative next meeting where we hope to see these items would be for April 24th at 5 PM.
I have to think of who. Because the person that I want to, it might be difficult for her to attend.
We can always take it up, Commissioner, after executive if you want to take some of
Sandra
that.
Langley, do you want to do it? You're back there. But do you want to be appointed? It's just temporary. Are you available? April 24th? At what time? At 5:30, I think. April 24th at 5:30? Usually on Thursdays. Yes. It's just a one meeting, right?
That's correct.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, I'll appoint Sandra Langley.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
And just for future reference, Connie, when we've got something like this coming before us, please make sure the packet shows us who has the conflict. Because coming into this, I didn't know which commissioners we're going to have to appoint or be ready to appoint.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is executive sessions. Mayor, it is 7:34. Would you like to make a motion to go into executive?
Move, Mayor.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, we're in executive session. Thank you.
The following items will be considered during executive. Item number one, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, deliberation regarding real property regarding project ecosystem. Number two, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to PDAP. Item number three, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to solid waste services. Item number four, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel deliberations related to policies and procedures on drug testing. Item number five, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to project rejuvenation. Item number six, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to project community.
right? Because I need one, right?
Yeah.
Me too. Oh, that's true.
It is, it is 10:04.
All right,
Next,
thank you. We're back from executive session. Items 1, 2, and 3. There'll be no action. Item number 4, I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to proceed as advised by council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? I'll be a nay on that. So item 4 passes.
And move to adjourn.
Item 5 and 6, no action. We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Motion and a second. And those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
it is 10:04, meeting has ended.